Alright, let's go ahead and transition over. Boomsticks, welcome in, and thank you for contributing 2,000 channel points to Pink Floyd in the Discography Tier List Challenge, where I am planning to stream full discography tier list rankings for the entire careers of artists. We'll go through every song and album and rank them all. Right now, the 3 channel point choices are Dire Straits, REM, and Pink Floyd. The different challenge goals are arranged based on how difficult I would think they would be to do. I set Dire Straits at 100,000, figuring if we get to that one first, that would be a good one for me to get, get used to doing it and, bite off one of the smaller ones first. But of course, if there's no interest and the Pink Floyd and or REM ones get done quicker, then I'll just go ahead and do those because those are what people are interested in watching. Okay. So I am wondering what I should start with here. Should I get the rolling pin out first and make the noodles and then just set those aside for later? Or should I make the cake first? Yeah, I am glad you're excited. I think it will be a lot of fun. And then I can maybe cut them up and make shorter versions for YouTube. Welcome in, Future Rush. Noodles first, Future Rush says. Let me, where's Pop Out Chat? There it is. Yeah, I don't know enough of Toto's entire career to know what I would be getting myself into there. I know Toto's hits. Alright, we'll set the cutting board aside for now. Wait. Oh. Maybe I thought that I turned the mic off to wash my hands, but it was actually still on. And then I turned it off to say that I turned the mic off to wash my hands. Yes. How's the music level? Should I turn up the music, or is it loud? It's not very loud in my headphones. Okay, I'm good now. The background music, could it come up a little bit, or? Okay, then I'll turn it up. If it wasn't even noticeable. Good for the purpose. I gave it just a little boost. I don't want it to be too loud, but from past experience doing cooking streams, if there's no music, it will get awkward at times. Alright, let's see. This is my noodle dough. Is the stove visible right now? No, the stove is not really visible. Should angle it more this way, perhaps. Get more of the relevant portion of the kitchen. Okay, there we go. I think that's how I had it earlier, but then I must have moved the camera. Alright. Cut my dough into chunks about like this. Alright, well I should go, let's go grab the flour. Put a bit of flour down on this mat. I wish it didn't roll up like this, but if we didn't roll it, there'd be no way to fit it in the cabinet. They do not have the rolling pin attachment for the KitchenAid mixer, so I have to roll each of these out by hand. Grab another knife here. So we don't want these to be too long. Yeah, we're going to use the fettuccine attachment. So So they'll be pretty wide. But yeah, we got to get them nice and flat. And they're not going to be this wide, like lasagna noodle wide. But yeah, this is one of the ends of the loaf of dough that I made. So its end comes out a little bit more ragged. Since I don't have the rolling pin attachment for the KitchenAid mixer, I need to use the elbow grease attachment from my arms. Yep, here's number 2. Put a little more flour down. Put my mouse here. Yeah, we got the stand mixer here. I guess it's no longer in the shot since I moved over. Oh, okay, you can see it if I move. So, we got the KitchenAid stand mixer here. And it's a hand-me-down from my parents. So, you know, they have the bigger size mixer, and they have one of these sets with all 3 of the attachments. But the one I got handed down to me has one of the attachments missing. So it's supposed to come with 3, like the pasta roller, where you can get like the lasagna style noodles from it. And then you can run them through again after rolling them out with either the fettuccine or spaghetti cutter. I have those 2 attachments, but I do not have the rolling pin attachment. I have a feeling I would be able to find it on eBay if I kept peeking every now and then. Every time I've looked, I've only been able to find a set with all 3. When it's just the one that I have missing. Some of these middle pieces I might even want to cut into 3 pieces. Now let's keep going with cutting this one into 2. Hey, welcome in, Cleveland Tom. GG on your Star Tropics 2 progress this morning. Looks like a pro cooking show. I don't know about a pro cooking show. Yeah, I feel like that game is easier to make progress in early, but then as it goes on, it gets really hard at the end. I'm gonna say I beat it in probably 9-ish hours total. But I spent like an entire stream at the end and got to the boss fight a few times, but then had to come back and finish it off on the next stream. The groundwork has been laid. This one's getting nice and long. One thing I gotta keep in mind is that I can't make them wider than will fit through the attachment. This one is still gonna make it, but that's about as wide as it can get. I feel like it needs to be a little bit thinner. Yeah, and I think these other pieces, I'm going to want to cut them into thirds. A little more flour on here. Back up there. At least one more pass. All right. Now these ones I think I'm gonna have to cut into 3. So I got like 15 more to go. We'll see once I get it started. Maybe it will be fine to still cut these into 2. The noodle grind is real, yeah. Well, that one's coming apart right there, so let's just cut it off before it gets ragged on the end. Yeah, I think it will definitely become 3 strips of noodles. Move the knife back over there. Except this one's going to be small. Now, this one is what it is. Set it aside. Alright, this one is started. Let's go ahead and cut it in half. I need to plug in my Twitch monitoring device real quick. Maybe I should only split these into 2, because this one had a little chunk split off, and it looks like the other 2 halves of the remaining part are going to be long enough, not even as long as I would have wanted them. Alright, thank you for dropping by, Boomsticks. Good luck helping your mom with the chores. Alright, get that spread out a little more. It'd be easier to go this way with it being this size. Well, eventually I run out of real estate, though, if I go that way. Actually, let me try that with this one. Alright, 4 chunks to go, which will each be split into 2. So we have 8 more to roll out. I have 1 sip of coffee left. Now let's move the apple bowl out of the way. Alright, let's split this one. I've been seeing a ton of ads for a game called Split Fiction. I'm getting ambushed by the app that I play backgammon on. As soon as the game ends, I have to wait and see whether or not it's going to show me an ad. And sometimes it waits until right when I'm going to click on it, and I'm suspicious now because I have had the ad show up as soon as like I click on the OK button to like end the previous game or start a new one, and I feel like it's ambushing me and claiming that I'm clicking on the ad. And even though it's probably the maker of the backgammon app, so that they can claim they get more ad clicks than they actually do, it's making me very resentful of this Split Fiction game, which I actually did see someone was streaming last night. Iridian, welcome in. It looks really fun. So I shouldn't be too mad at it. Now we got to get this one a little bit thinner. Oh, whoops. I don't know. The ads say it's like a psychedelic co-op game. Not seeing any ads for it, so no negative baggage for Iridian. Yeah, I use the AI Factory backgammon app. That is where I'm seeing all these ads at. Like I say, I think they're tricking me into clicking. By like having the ad pop up the moment that I click. Like I'll sit there like in a standoff. But I think that it's actually waiting for me to click, and then the ad pops up. Like I wanted to give them the benefit of the doubt that the device I was playing on is just slow. Because I am playing on like an 8-year-old Kindle. I wanted to give it the benefit of the doubt that it's just being slow to load the ads. But this keeps happening over and over. And like I'll sit there, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna wait like 10 seconds before I click anything. And it happens again. And I'm like, alright, I'm gonna wait like 12 seconds before I click anything. Are you serving me up an ad? no ad, and then as soon as I click, the ad starts loading, and it takes me to a web page. I'm like, okay, it's like no matter what I do. Okay, so Iridian says it's a co-op game where you play as two writers. An adventure through virtual reality manifested from the stories they've written, and the type of gameplay changes over the course of the different stories. So it isn't just one type of game. Welcome in, Flyer. Yep, we got another kitchen stream. It's been a while since I've done one, I think. At least since last summer. Oh, this is the first you've been to. Future Rush, read about a game similar to that in Prime Games, but the genre didn't change. Whew. Working up a sweat here. When I move, I'll do more cook streams myself, especially with Mama Flyer. Nice. It's always exciting. 98% of what I am doing in the kitchen today no, let's say 20% of it I've learned myself. 80% of it, what I will be doing in the kitchen today, I have learned from one of my parents, grandparents, or aunts and uncles. Zap Rousdower, welcome in. Thinks I should stream Disco Elysium. That is a game that is on my radar. But I actually bought Undertale, which I am going to play someday. But, like, I kind of asked around, which should I play if I'm going to play one RPG? Undertale, Disco Elysium, or Persona 5? And I was told, basically, you're never going to finish a Persona game since you're not into RPGs. but Undertale seemed to be the most culturally relevant. But Disco Elysium has been recommended to me so many times. Undertale and Persona 5. Also recommended, but I would like Disco Elysium or Undertale the most. Alright, let's split this one. I thought I did both of the end pieces, but this one turned out to be an end piece. So it's kind of ragged. Oh, Iridian, the reason that I'm not using a pasta roller is that I actually have like the KitchenAid attachments for the mixer here, but it's a hand-me-down from my parents, and at some point they broke or lost the rolling pin attachment for this one, and they got a new one. So it's the hand-me-down set I have. It has like the fettuccine and spaghetti attachments, but it does not actually have the roller attachment. I do not prefer to do it this way. And I am breaking a sweat pretty bad here. Robert Paulson Jimmy, welcome in. Or RPJ, if that works. Oh, now I know who Robert Paulson Jimmy is. A handheld pasta roller. Well, we got this almost done with the rolling pin. I only have 5 more to roll out. Let's flip that over and give it another roll on the other side. We need this side to be a little thinner. But they're coming along. Better put a little more flour down. I also got to use the rolling pin by the handles more often. That ultimately, parts of it seems that you just need to get down and apply the elbow grease to it. What did Iridian say here? Back in the days I worked with polymer clay. I wanted a pasta roller just for my clay. I never got it. Nowadays, I think it would be nice to have one for making noodles. Never tried it before, but muscling through with that rolling pin is not my idea of a good time. Well, I think this is the hardest thing I will be doing today. I am kind of glad Future Rush suggested I did this first. A bit more flour down. Getting it started is really the hard part. And then it's just a lot of passes over it. Well, it's the roller attachment. Yeah, I've looked for it online individually. Oh no, I will not be grating the carrots by hand. I will just be, I'll just be chopping them up in the blender. Yeah, I have searched eBay for the roller attachment alone, but I have only ever found it in a set with the other attachments. Alright, let's split this noodle. And you know, now that I'm thinking about it, knowing I was planning on doing this, I should have searched eBay again in recent weeks. But that would have been too smart. Only a few times a year. I make sauce and meatballs maybe a half dozen times a year or so. Maybe not even that often. 4 to 6 times a year, let's say. But making the homemade noodles, that is maybe a twice a year thing. If that even. Welcome in, sheepdog. There we go. This one turned out nice and easy. Let's give it a few more rolls. Go. Thank you for the good luck, sheepdog. Alright, let's flip you over. I actually made the noodle dough first thing this morning. I was hoping to get started streaming by 1 p.m. But after I got back from the store, and other stuff happened, 4 p.m. would have to do. The end is in sight. Only 2 left. Thank you, Iridian. This is actually a new apron that Future Rush got me. My old aprons were like almost 20 years old and they were falling apart and shedding. Yeah, I do tend to stream later. Oh, there's Future Rush.
Is this the attachment that's missing? Isn't that this?
That's the fettuccine attachment. So it comes with three.
This is the fettuccine attachment.
Yeah, so this is the attachment that's missing.
Okay. That's this.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm buying it for you.
Oh. Future Rush is buying the rolling pin attachment for me.
It was on jcpenney.com.
jcpenney.com. JCPenney's are still around?
Yeah, they're in malls.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
It's Macy's that closed.
Macy's closed.
I'm pretty sure.
That is incredible. JCPenney's outlasted Macy's?
I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna double check now.
Meridian says, nice to see you, Future Rush. Did all the Macy's close, or was it just our Macy's that closed? Meridian says that they were just at a Macy's about 6 months ago. The mall in your area was closed and demolished. You have a bit further to get to one now. I think I might know what you're talking about, but I'll have to look it up later. And I won't guess, since you don't want me to give away your location. But if you're from our general area, I think I might know where you mean. A mall that may have not been a good idea to build in the first place. If it is the place I'm thinking of, for a few years, it was my go-to mall. But then, as soon as I moved away, it was no longer in a very good location for me. It was a nice place to walk, not necessarily a nice place to shop. Yeah. We might be thinking of the same mall. I want to say that it opened when I was in my early 20s. I might have still been a teenager. But yeah, it was just a horrible location. I kind of lived in a more rural area that was kind of like in a perfect location for that to be my new go-to mall. But at the same time, if you were going to have to drive 30 minutes to an hour to get to a mall or other major shopping center, it had to compete with other options still. And it was still kind of close to the city and wasn't like centrally located for anyone. Like it was like unless you lived right in that area, it wouldn't be the mall for you. Like, I lived in a relatively small city, but we still had our own mall. So if you're going to go out somewhere to a bigger mall, you had other choices that were only like 10 to 15 minutes further away. And if our own mall would suit our needs, then we wouldn't need to go there. It was just let's say, a very ambitious project. Okay. The mall website says it's still there, so what department store am I thinking of? I should have known Penny's was also there. I have not bought anything from a JC Penney's in forever, but I walk in it every time I go to that mall. It's Sears that I think I often get confused with JC Penney's when I think that JC Penney's closed. Which Future Rush and I were actually just talking about a couple weeks ago. The gradual decline and eventual disappearance of Sears. It's actually really shocking because you would think that Sears, of all places, would be set up for like a long-term transition into the modern era. Like, you would almost think Sears would have been too big to just go out like it did. Kind of like Sears, JC Penney's is like, I mean, it's primarily a clothing store, a place you go to shop for clothes, but it also had sort of like an everything store section. And it's like, how did Sears like disappear before JC Penney? Back in the day, Sears even sold build-your-own-house kits, from what I've heard. Yeah, like early modular houses. And they had the Auto Center, and I think the Auto Center maybe even kept them around longer. I wonder, like, what if, like, Sears and Radio Shack had merged? Alright. This one needs to be a little thinner. I was about to say one left, but you know what? I don't think I'm done with this one yet. It's getting pretty long. This might be the longest one of all. Dick's House of Sport took over Sears location for our local mall here. The Future Rush thinks it was something else in between. Is Dick's House of Sport different than Dick's Sporting Goods? Or did they change their name? It has try it before you buy it stuff, I see. Like you can golf and stuff. Yeah, Sears and J.C. Penney saved a similar purpose. But if you ever had, like, a more serious purchase, like a mattress, you would go for Sears. You go to Sears. J.C. Penney's, it had, like, electronic sections and, you know, other furniture sections, and like it didn't just have clothes, but you went into J.C. Penney's for clothes and you impulse bought other stuff. Sears, you might check what clothes they have, but you would go into Sears to make like more serious purchases. Like that's where you would buy a microwave or you know, buy a mattress or something. I remember like going into Sears to buy CDs and DVDs and stuff. Yeah, gym stuff, treadmills and ellipticals. I don't know, maybe... Makes you wonder if there was embezzlement. Yeah, maybe. Maybe it was a victim of, like, shady corporate stuff. Welcome in, Crack. What's Crack saying here? Last time I bought anything from Sears was a car battery because my car battery died while I was at the gas station next to Sears. That tracks. making it. What are we saying here? I specifically used to shop at Penny's for bras since they were the only store in the area that had my size. Nowadays, that's a Macy's 30 to 45 minutes away. Ah, shucks. Crack says, I was in the middle of a courier shift. A Discord notification just covered up the corner of my screen that I was reading chat out of. I was in the middle of a courier shift. There was no time to waste with the jump. JCPenney, home of the never-ending sale. Stuff always on sale. Futurish says clothes were better at Penny's. Yeah, them and their sales. Like Macy's one-day sale that lasts for 4 days. Alright, this is the last noodle. Oh no, Crack. Unless we not forget the JCPenney holiday catalog. Is it a surprise that Crack would have everything circled by the time he was done with it? Maybe that's why JCPenney's outlasted Sears, is that you would go into JCPenney's for clothes. Futurish was obsessed with one of the pairs of rollerblades in one of the catalogs. Skirts. Having trouble finding skirts in stores. The only one that even had a small collection was Kohl's. Futurish did get those roller skates or roller blades, and they were cool. Wonder if that's just a sign that like skirts are going out of fashion. Crack got his copy of SNES Mystical Ninja today. Even went to the second-hand stores and couldn't find them. All right. Some of these are shorter than others. Most of them are about the same thickness, although there are a couple that are a lot thinner. I guess I'll turn the camera this way more. Put the fettuccine attachment on here. There it goes. Yeah, Future Rush wishes the label on her Mystical Ninja cart was good, but it's a cosmetic thing, not important. Meridian says, I don't usually dress shop. I can't ever find one that fits both the top and bottom halves while still being discreet. Set stuff aside. But where am I going to put stuff as I go? I think I'm going to get the cutting board out of the way. Just set down wax paper. Crack says, yeah, mine's got a couple tiny nicks near the spine label. Pins are worn but working. I feel like I might not be live on YouTube, but why not? If I come out here, it shows me I'm live and have been for an hour and a half. Let me hit refresh here. Rhiannon says, oh, I got good news. In a month and a half, I'll finally be free from rental life. That's exciting, Iridian. Future Rush says the crack sounds pretty good, though. Mine, I just don't know what kind of life it had. Could it have really been in the sun for 5 years? That's kind of what it looks like. Okay, let's get back to this here. Crack would like to think he could CSI how his carts got the damage they got. It's fun to wonder about. I think the garage or basement and the top of an open box are near a window. Don't even get Crack started on rental copies. Hmm? There was some dried up noodle dough in there that apparently didn't come out last time. bit more flour over this. Don't want the noodles getting stuck together. And that one didn't have a lot of flour on it. Then the ones that are going to end up in the freezer are going to end up with a lot of flour. I'll probably only cook half this batch tonight. And this was the most ragged piece right there. I would still say it's an area jutting out from the front. It might be an older model. Let me see if I can show it a little bit closer. Untether my phone here real quick. So this is what it looks like. So it is connecting, and the thumb screw is broken, but we see Beefus in the background. But yeah, it has a little bit that it connects to in the top part. Welcome, NG Guy. Hi, Charlie. Will it be pizza time? You see it now. Okay, let me get back. Make sure I have this lined up right. There we go. Very high tech camera here. It's just my cell phone. Just my cell phone in the cupboard, wedged between two glasses. Whoop, whoop. I only need it on the lowest setting for this. Here, Iridian thought I had a proper stand since I was able to adjust with ease. But no, actually, it's all smoke and mirrors. It's just a functional, it's just a functional life hack that I have some past experience with. And I think someday when I replace this phone, I'm basically just going to keep this one around as a camera for activities like this. Because one problem with this setup is that I do not have my phone available for like 6 to 8 hours, however long this is going to end up taking me. There we go. Put a little more flour over this. G guy expected to see me in a chef's hat. Maybe I should have one. Yes, I at least have the apron. Not super bad as long as a laptop is nearby. Yeah, and I'm in fact gonna wash my hands real quick. I'm gonna get this gallon bag here. So actually put some flour in it. I think I'm gonna freeze the rest of these noodles. Them up and put them in the bag. Yeah, they freeze pretty well as long as, in my experience, you freeze them with plenty of flour. So I'm gonna put plenty of flour in this bag as I go, so they don't get stuck together. But yeah, I would say they even cook well from frozen. Just add like 2 or 3 minutes to the cook time. Just kind of ball them up. Sprinkle a little bit of flour over it. So I'll check them for doneness when I cook them later, but I expect them to take about probably 11 minutes. I'm a long way from actually boiling these noodles, though. Yeah, it's getting a little squeaky as I go here. Toss these a little bit. So of course on the bottom is where we're at the most risk of them sticking. I need to find out if this is the attachment or the mixer squeaking like that. Must be the attachment, because as soon as I put some noodles through it, it stopped. We don't want to hear that squeak like that. Yeah, what do you expect? Yeah, and I am hearing it back through my headphones. It is getting picked up by my microphone a bit. Alright, but that's it. We can shut that off for now. Mrs. Not You asks, have I ever been to Everyday Noodle? I have not. Do they have noodle making gear there? I'm just going to put those straight in the freezer. Any other scraps I pick up here that look whole enough, I'm going to put over here. Spread these out a little more. Oh, it's a Chinese food place that makes all their noodles in-house, and they have a viewing window so you can watch all the noodle making action. That sounds like it would be cool. What's it called? Everyday Noodle. I might need to search whether we have one of those nearby to us. It sounds like it would be a fun place to check out. It is in my area. Not sure how close. Yeah, she's in my neck of the woods a few weeks a year. So she knows there's one around here. I'll have to look it up. Alright, let's get these noodles covered. And I'm gonna, well, you know what? I have a folding table. I'm gonna have to set up that folding table in the next room, and that is where these noodles will live for now. So I'll be right back. Alright, I'm looking forward to cleaning this floor later tonight. I got so much flour and little pieces of noodle on it. Alright. Let's clean up my workspace here. No, it's all just loose right now. I think next I'm gonna start working on all my veggies, because everything else is gonna need veggies. Everything else I'm gonna make today is going to need carrots, for one thing. The sauce, meatballs, and carrot cake all involve carrots. Oh, okay. Future Rush knows where everyday noodle is. Oh, Flyer knows about it. Flyer went to a Pokemon tournament on that street. Traffic is a joke. Yeah, it is kind of difficult for us to get to that side of town. Radiant says carrots in the sauce and meatballs. Interesting. I think I have posted these recipes in our Discord before. Alright, in fact, I'm gonna have to let's clean these knives and the cutting board. Hopefully the sound of running water is a nice relaxing sound. Driving to Pittsburgh gives you panic attacks. That is not surprising. Like, they designed the traffic patterns for maximum stress for outsiders. If we want to go there with Flyer before Flyer moves, we can set that up. Yeah, that might be something to keep in mind. Taking a trip out that way. We can alert Crack once we're there. Medical procedure to diagnose the cause of your fainting. I hope that you get to the bottom of that. Fainting has gone away since November. It has turned into really bad vertigo. It does sound scary. Knife washed. The other knife is washed. Where is Flyer moving to? I think Flyer's moving back to the Boston area, right? Connecticut. New England area. Radiant says, whenever it turns up anymore, it's a feeling of, oh no, not this again. Flyer usually visits Budsy once a year. Yeah, watching the co-op runs. Budsy and Flyer. It almost always happens at home, once at work and once while on the road. I pulled over into a Dairy Queen while it passed. Ate some food and a blizzard there to make the most of it. Yeah, but that's scary to have it happen on the road. Tend to get advance warning of 10 to 20 seconds. 20 to 30 seconds. So I have time to pull over. I needed the clearance there, but I did not shut chat into the cabinet. It's going to happen sooner or later. I'm not going to think about it. I'm going to shut that cabinet door. The advance warning is your head feels like it's getting compressed and floaty. Oh, I should have washed off the rolling pin. Oh, there, I did it. It was only a matter of time. before I shut chat in the cupboard. Alright. But I think it does happen most often while I'm doing dishes, because that cupboard door gets in my way. Alright, let's wash off the counter a bit. I don't want to spend too much time washing the counter because we're just going to get it dirty again. But that was a lot of flour being splashed all over the place. We definitely don't want any flour sitting on the stovetop. And I was using the stovetop for stuff. Because that'll get burned on there. And that'll make it harder to clean later. It'll be bad enough, I'm sure, to splash some sauce and stuff on top of here. Okay. Get this out of here. Almost did it again. All right. So I'm gonna get 3 bowls. Get the cutting board back out here. Let's towel dry it. I had it on the drying rack, but yeah. Yeah, if I swing the door like halfway, it covers up about half the screen. I feel like I need to tilt that down a bit. Okay, that looks good. First things first, let's get out my garlic. Indeed, garlic. Okay, actually, let's set the big cutting board aside. Let's see, this is a huge clove. These are tiny cloves. Maybe I should have gotten an extra bulb of garlic, but I think this will be good enough. I am going to use the blunt end of a knife. Let me double check my recipe cards here. 5 to 6 cloves of garlic for the sauce, 3 to 4 cloves of garlic for the meatballs. What I'm going to do is say that these are the 3 to 4 cloves for the sauce. These are the 6 cloves for the, for the meatballs. That one is tiny. Let's see, how do I want to mix and match these? This one is absolutely huge. So I'm just going to give 3 medium-sized ones to the meatball side, and then these 4 a little bit bigger than medium. The huge one is 5, and then these 2 small ones will make 6 for the garlic. Yeah. Shake it in a small Tupperware container. Yeah, what I'm going to do is we're going to grab a chef's knife. And then they come undone nice and easy. Flyer just peels with his hands. Well, you push down with the blunt side of a knife, then it'll just unwrap nice and easy. It's like a challenge. I feel like I used to challenge myself in that way, but eventually decided it had to be made easier than that. It would save you time when making rice, yeah. Whoop, I crushed that one maybe a little bit too much. Yeah, I challenged myself enough with the rolling pin. I do not have any food allergies. Yeah, it's all going in the blender. Future Rush says her food allergies are not known. This one doesn't want to stay still. There we go. I love cilantro. I don't know about Future Rush. It's an important ingredient, yeah. I feel like it's a shame when people don't like cilantro. Oh, Iridian finds cilantro heavenly. Favorite smell when working in the produce department. Oh, here we go. Future Rush only gave it to bunnies. Alright, our garlic is peeled. At least one person Iridian works with hates it because of the soap smell / taste. Fire would love that job. Alright. Yeah, I've heard that too, that it's a genetic thing. Some people just cannot eat cilantro because of that. Because of that taste. All right. Originally from Arizona, technically not from PA. Mom is from the area, but don't know about your dad. Originally from Arizona. High Flyer says, as a Latino, I would be disowned if I didn't like cilantro. Yeah, I wonder if there's a different genetic propensity in certain populations. All right. Onions now. One big one, one medium-sized one. I actually think this is too big. That's about the right size onion for the sauce. Yeah, I'm going to skip my second onion. What I'm going to do is put one more chunk of onion in that bowl for the sauce. Oh, that bit didn't peel. That is for the meatballs. This other onion is just going to get set aside for another day. And I have now shed a tear for all of the people who think that cilantro tastes like soap. I didn't expect it, but apparently thinking of that made me cry. Coincidentally, it's always when I'm chopping onions. Actually, we need this later anyway. It's 6:15 p.m. It's not too early anymore. I'll pour out a glass. Pour a glass for everyone that does not like cilantro. Most common heritage in PA is German. I don't think that is it. I don't think it is it either. I am actually, even though I primarily identify as Italian American, I am actually over half German. Now, I guess that could mean that yeah. So if it is something to do with German genes that causes people to not like cilantro, that did not impact us. Alright, but cheers. Actually, let me peek at something out here. It is Cabernet. And I like to throw a splash of Cabernet in the sauce. I think the most important thing that it does, though, is that it results in a bottle of wine being open in the kitchen. Okay, get my green peppers out next. And actually, that onion I didn't use is going to inherit this produce bag. Alright, let's wash my green peppers. Future Rush does not drink. So she will not have any of it. I would gladly offer her some and take some to her if she would like it, but alas, she would not. Okay, this is the big green pepper. So all of the big green pepper is going to go in the sauce. Yeah, Future Rush says her nervous system and digestive system, I guess, and or are not having it anymore. Flyer is not a fan of wine. Future Rush is not a fan of her phone's autocorrect. Oh. Future Rush does not know if she is okay with cilantro. There is that, I've gotten those taco kits from Sam's Club, but I don't think you have eaten the cilantro lime sauce that comes with it. It's a little bit spicy, so I think, well actually no, is that what, yeah, no, that is what's spicy. I can't remember now. I don't know. I think Future Rush meant she has no known food allergies. But I don't think she actually... I think what she means is she doesn't actually know what cilantro tastes like. Yeah, okay. Alright. Let's get the green pepper seeds out of the way. Next up is celery. Yeah, cilantro isn't spicy, though. Yeah. Yeah, cilantro is definitely strong. But I don't think what makes that cilantro lime sauce I get spicy is the cilantro. Yeah. I need four of the celeries. Oh yeah, Future Rush does not like red onion. Maybe we can find something with cilantro in it for Future Rush to try. Iridian says, my taste buds register as a spicy, which is why I said that. Not hot, spicy like a pepper. Has to be real cilantro, not that dried flakes crap in a bottle. Alright, let's wash my celery. Yeah, I think when people think of the word spicy, they think hot, but that's not necessarily what spicy has to mean. Like, spicy like cloves, maybe? We're about to use cloves, nutmeg, and, what's the other spice? Cinnamon. Cinnamon's a spice. I mean, those are all spices. But then when we think spicy, we don't think of those things. Paprika, yeah. Need to move these back out of here before I get them too wet. Okay, now carrots. And this is going to be like the most intense part of the whole thing. Alright, I'm gonna move the stand mixer out of here for now. We are going to bring in the blender. Okay, I almost forgot which one was which. But this is the one for the meatballs. Let's double check. We should be able to tell by how many cloves of garlic I have. Yep, that's the one with 3 cloves of garlic in the bottom. Actually, I'm going to set this one back here. Now, I also could have told by the way that I put the celery in this one separately, as the sauce gets a lot more veggies. All right. Carrot time. Let me double check the carrot cake recipe because we're gonna. Yeah, 2 cups of grated carrots. And I'm not actually gonna grate them. I'm going to put them in the blender. All right, let me bring my carrots over here. I think it's gonna take about 4 medium-sized carrots, maybe 5. These are like smaller carrots. But we're gonna do these first, and then I'll set them aside for the carrot cake. And then we'll have no problem if I have too much, I can put the rest in the sauce. This one's kind of small. One of those is kind of small. So I'm actually going to got one more carrot. The carrot is the hardest. The carrots are the hardest part of chopping the veggies. You know what? This dish towel is kind of damp. Let's swap it out. Radiant says, I've had the dry flake. Somehow it tastes completely different from fresh to where I'd never correlate the two. And High Flyer says, I don't know how people use them. I've tried using them before, and nope, I'd rather get the herb itself. Crack. Says, no, the waiting is the hardest part. The waiting is the hardest part of love or something like that. The carrots are the hardest part of chopping the veggies. The onions are the most emotionally draining part of chopping the veggies. Yes, onions are the most painful. Fortunately, though, I wasn't like dicing the onions or anything. I just had to peel them and cut them into chunks. Alright. Clear this debris off my cutting board. Green pepper seeds. Oh, you've worn goggles and it still gets in your eyes. I've thought about trying those. Trying to get some onion chopping goggles. But it's sad to hear that it isn't even 100% effective. Oh, you use swim goggles. Okay. Yeah, they do make onion chopping goggles. Yeah, the source of it is probably breathed in. So, like, if it gets into your nose or mouth, it can cause that reaction. That makes sense.
Liftoff of mission 41B, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
I'll be right back in a sec. I won't cut onions without wearing gloves because halfway through I have to rinse my eyes with cold water. Yeah, and if you've been touching the onions, then that will be problematic. Okay. All right. Ooh. Made that mistake while making salsa. Chopped jalapeno and onions and then had to wash your eyes. What was that last thing? I didn't get my hands clean enough before washing your eyes. Yeah, that would burn. Had to take an hour break while you just kept rinsing your eyes. The jalapeno was no joke. Yeah, I wish I could have like a 2-camera setup so that there was like another camera overhead. I should think about ways to set that up for the future. But with my back turned, I am peeling the carrots. Yep, and there will be more rhythmic peeling sounds soon. But this should be enough for the carrot cake, which we will be taking to Easter dinner tomorrow. I guess it's more Easter lunch. I considered making a carrot cake even though my family isn't doing Easter this year. They are good. Crack says, yeah, Easter dinner at my in-laws tomorrow isn't noon. Quote unquote dinner. It might be more appropriately termed the Easter feast. Reading says, I worked a full shift today and will tomorrow too, so it's just all canceled. Sorry you had to work both days. And that you had to work Easter. Okay. I'm going to chop the carrots. Give it a shake. Shake it up. Maybe one more. Okay. So let's get a measuring cup out. And I'm going to set aside 2 cups for making the carrot cake. And I think we should have at least 2 cups in there. And the arm and hand are still sore after chopping 200 ears of corn earlier. Wow. Do you work like in a grocery store or at a facility that like distributes to grocery stores? You know, you mentioned unpacking cilantro earlier. Yeah, grocery store. Yeah, when I was at the grocery store earlier, I saw the sign saying they close at 4 tomorrow, and I'm like, ah, that's too late. If you need to open, like, just close at 1 p.m. Let people go home. And I had to buy like 4 small packs of basil. Want to leave me some eggs out back by the dumpster? I pay well. We sell individual ears of corn, but we also sell 5 packs that are chopped and partially peeled. Yeah. So someone's responsibility to do that in the back. They don't arrive at the store peeled. Maybe this was not enough. I think I'm only going to get about 1.5 cups out of this. Ooh, whoops. Oh no, there's a lot more in there under the blade. One of my co-workers chopped and cored probably 40 or 50 pineapple today too. The watermelon unfortunately didn't get done. Crack says, when you get told you have to do corn that way, do you respond with, aw, shucks? Yeah, but I had to buy 5 2/3 ounce packs of basil. Actually, I take that back. I only ended up buying 4. I picked out 5, but then when I got to checkout, I saw one of them didn't look good, and I set it aside, because 5 was actually some extra, and I got more parsley than I needed. We don't want the sauce to be too basil-y and parsley. That would be a pretty good response, but unfortunately, most of the time, I have no sense of humor. Actually, this should be just right. I'm going to spat out as much of this carrots as I can. the squeaks of the spatula. Not sure what time your store closes. Last couple years, you think it was 5 p.m. Yeah. You work overnights. 2 a.m. to 10:30 a.m., so it doesn't affect you. I see. Yeah, as I was getting the basil, I was asking if they had 3-ounce tubs of basil. I ended up getting 4 2/3 ounce things of basil. So I ended up getting, I think that worked out to 2 2/3. But I wanted to just see if they had 3 ounces, and they didn't, and they told me I could come back tomorrow morning. I'm like, no, you guys have plenty of basil. I would have preferred if I could have just gotten one big tub instead of a bunch of smaller packages. Welcome in, Zeldavania. That's a spicy pasta sauce. Yeah, we're putting a lot of stuff in there. You know what? One more carrot. But we're gonna get this. We're gonna do all the carrots. So that's for the meatballs. 1. You're too small, so we're going to count you as 2 for the sauce. You guys are too small, so you count, these 5 count as 3 for the sauce. Kind of got to eyeball how much we got. One more to grow on. Okay. I'll leave the carrots out. Like, if we come across bad spots or anything, I might need to use a little bit more. But already I got a bit extra here. These carrots are on the smaller side. So the recipes call for carrots in terms of numbers of carrots, but how big is 1 carrot? All right. Have a good night, Iridian. Thank you for hanging out. Good luck at work tonight or tomorrow morning, however you consider it. Okay. Zelda Vanya says, I made homemade pasta sauce last night, but I'm waiting on making pasta until eggs aren't $10 a dozen. Yeah, it's a lot of eggs. The recipe I used to make the noodles called for 8 eggs. And we're not done using eggs today. Alright, let's see. Let's peel just this 1 carrot real quick. 8, you only use 2. Never made eggless. Yeah, and I've never made eggless noodles either. Yeah, my proportions are 8 eggs, 3 tablespoons olive oil, and 5 cups of flour. More squeaks. No, I don't use any fancy flour or anything. Just we got here King Arthur baking flour. Because I cut the top of the bag off, but yeah, just unbleached bread flour is all it was. Okay. We have our carrots. Sots, welcome in. Double O flour, licensed to mill. Okay, welcome in, Sots. Alright, we have our carrots for the carrot cake. And now we gotta do carrots for the sauce. We need 3 carrots. These 2 combined count as 1. You're almost big enough to count as 1. So these 2 medium size plus this one, you guys count as 2. You guys are almost, if I squint, you guys almost count as 3 carrots. I had to get 5 carrots to count these as 3 since they're so small. Like I said, I'm eyeballing them as though they're big carrots. And these 2 combined, I think, are almost 1 for the meatball. So the meatball recipe counts for 1 carrot. So this carrot's gonna go like half and half in each of them. Okay, so now let's plot out what to do next. What I'm gonna do is we're going to, we're just gonna chop off all the ends here. Yeah, carrot math. Special math just for carrots. Okay. Here we go. So let's do these first. Yeah, I would have liked it if these carrots were bigger. But I got small to medium sized carrots, so carrot math comes into play. Okay. We're losing a little bit off this carrot. It had like a protrusion. Okay. Let's cast these peels to the side. Oh no. Okay. So we're going to put those chunks in there. All right. The carrots for the sauce are ready to go. Let me see here. The challenges are getting, let me peek here. My activity feed not working? My wife went to TJ's today and I just found a wedge of cheddar with Scotch bonnet chilies in the fridge. Send help. Okay, I'm gonna put the rest of these carrots back in the fridge. One more carrot to go. And the veggie chopping portion of the evening will be complete. gonna go back in that bowl. Okay. These are the veggies that are gonna go in the meatballs. Set those back there. And these two bowls are the veggies that are gonna go in the sauce, which I'll just leave out because we're gonna do that now. Throw away all these carrot peels. Let's get my cutting board out of the way. Who has the 35 tournament tonight? Or was that at 3 p.m. today? HTH has it. Nice. Okay, let's clean this up a little bit. And let's get out our big pot. Set it on the oven. Pour myself out a little bit more. Okay, let's set that aside too. Let's open up a can of tomatoes. I had one extra can of tomatoes in the pantry, right? Because I want to have one extra can of tomatoes on hand, just in case it doesn't look or taste right. So when I went to the store today, I bought one less can of tomatoes, and then I realized I should have one extra, just in case. So I should buy the same number of tomatoes, even though there is already one on hand. It's just that I should use the oldest one first. And I got all of the no salt added tomatoes, so they won't keep as well. So the 1 can of tomatoes I should set aside is one of the ones that do not say no salt added. So let's start with 2 cans of tomatoes. Yep. And there's still some carrot left in there, but that's alright, because carrots go in the sauce anyway. We're going to set it to liquefy this time. Alright. Let's get that in the pot. Now we real Italian. Splashed a little bit. Okay, so where's my parsley? This looks like it's so much parsley. And our sauce is gonna look really green at first. But in the end, it's not that much parsley. Because we're gonna peel the leaves off of the stems. We get a little bit of stem in there, it's not a problem. So I have 2 bundles of parsley. I'm going to put 1 entire bundle in the blender here for the sauce, and then half of the other one. The other half we'll save for the meatballs. Whoop. Go ahead and say we're about halfway done with this one. We're well over halfway done with it. I think I overestimated how much was left there. I gotta rinse off my hands real quick. Oh, there it is. It's showing up. Sots and Not You have contributed 2,000 each to the REM discography tier list challenge, and Health has contributed 2,000 for Pink Floyd. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in, Health. I thought I saw them go up, but I hadn't seen anything show up in my activity feed for some reason today. And I didn't remember anything showing up in chat until Boomsticks, or since Boomsticks had contributed to Pink Floyd early on. Okay. Let's separate this one and we'll put half in there. But yeah, those challenges are there if anyone is interested. I am planning to do streams where I will do a tier list ranking for all of the songs and albums in the entire discography of some of my favorite bands. The 3 that I picked to set community challenges to start with are Dire Straits, REM, and Pink Floyd. With goals set basically based on how intense the planning and work will need to go into each one. And I also picked 3 to start with that I think I won't need to do so much. I won't need to do so much refresher on. Okay, that is a lot of parsley. But once we put 9 cans of tomatoes into this thing, it won't look like as much anymore. I'm gonna wash my hands real quick. But basically, as long as these go well, like if doing these tier lists go well, they won't, like they're never gonna go away. They're just gonna be replaced. But like, I don't know, I love Dire Straits, and they only have 6 albums, so it would be a nice, easy one to do, I think, which is why I put it in there and set it at 100,000. But like, if we reach REM and Pink Floyd and I do those and like Dire Straits is still sitting there with only like, 20,000 points contributed, I might be like, okay, abort this one. We'll pick someone else. The Police might be another one that would be good to set at a lower level since they only have 5 albums. Yeah, look how green this is. Let's add it to the pot. Boomstick's Dreams of the Day. Alice Cooper lands as a candidate. Crack the Whip is waiting for the tier list challenge. Individual lines from Toto's Hold the Line. But we'll see how it goes. Because Alice Cooper... I only know, like, 2 or 3 of his songs. I need to, like, really immerse myself and study for that. I thought about one thing I could do if it goes well is like take suggestions where like it would just be, add one album to the list or like 10 select songs by, your favorite artist. Boomsticks would be happy to join as well. That might be fun too to have guests. The mic cord might be getting pinched or something. There's a little crackle. Let me adjust. Let me mute it real quick. We could link up in Discord like a book club for music. Yeah, like I could listen to an album at a time and get back to you with my thoughts before doing the full show. Now, let me see. I need a big wood spoon. Over here. Nope, let's stir this up. And I actually think I should bring this over here. How do we show this? Show it start to get stirred up. Look at all that green that's in there. It looks very green for right now. Like I was saying, that's mainly temporary. It's not exactly how we had it. That's about right. Actually, no, we gotta pull it forward. Yeah. Yeah, we don't want to drop the camera in the sauce. I do want the basil. Oh, I know where I set the basil. One, two, three. Here it is, another can of tomatoes blended with basil, so this is gonna get even more green for now. But as much non-tomato ingredients as this gets mixed with, the sauce's eventual color is going to be red. Okay. Let me get another can of tomatoes here. So this is 4 cans of tomatoes. This is 5. I have 9 cans of tomatoes set out. Let me check. Yeah, I have a 10th set aside over there, just in case it looks like I used too much other stuff. I can throw in a 10th can of tomatoes. Oh. Having a little trouble with the can opener here. Okay. I'm gonna blend it with some salt. Eyeball it about 2 tablespoons or so. And some pepper. About 2 teaspoons to a tablespoon. And eyeball it. Let's start putting some of these veggies in there. A little bit of the carrots, some of the green peppers, some of the onion. In fact, yeah, we can fit the rest of this in here. And that's all of the garlic, all of the onion and green pepper, and a little bit of the carrots. See, this is kind of like a pinkish color. Oh, splashed myself. Put the tomatoes in first. Put the tomatoes in the blender first. That helps it get blended with the harder stuff, especially the carrots. The carrots can be hard to blend if they don't have something else liquefied first. Don't touch my pasta. Yeah, the sauce is coming along. It still looks very green. We need many more cans of tomatoes. So let's grab another one now. And we'll blend this can with the rest of our carrots and the celery, or at least most of it. Yeah, the rest will fit in there. This is kind of a reddish orange color thanks to the carrots. Oh, more splashing. Alright, let's stir this up some more. Still looks very green. Eventually we want to see it red with like specks of green in there from the basil and parsley. I've definitely used way too many carrots before. I learned my lesson on that. Okay, as we get it stirred up here, we still see a lot of green. It's still like a really dark color. But it's starting to come together and look correct. In fact, I'll bring the camera over here and show the progress again. This is what it looks like now. Actually, I don't know how much that light helps. So it's still a bit too green. But it's coming along. We still have 3 more cans of tomatoes to get in there. And we have 1 extra just in case I still don't feel like it looks right. feel like I just replaced this can opener like 2 years ago. And it was like night and day compared to like the old one. But now this one is starting to feel like the old one did. Need a can opener to last like 10 years, not 2 years. But I feel like that's par for the course. You get 2 years out of them. Alright, we won't fit the third can in there, so let's just blend these up. And this is just red, just the color of the tomatoes. Go a little easier so I don't splash. Stir it up. Plays Bob Marley's Stir It Up. Okay, and this is starting to look just right. Whoop. So I got one extra can of tomatoes just in case. But I don't think I'm gonna need it. Even though I mostly eyeballed it, I don't think I need it. That's pretty much how it goes. There is a recipe, but, you know, like I did the carrot math and such. It is a lot of basil and parsley that goes in there, but stir this up real nice. Then I'll decide whether to put the last can of tomatoes in. No, I think this is looking just right. Yeah, I think I got it. I'm going to show this again here. This is what it looks like now. It started out, it was so green looking. But now it looks red, just with flakes of the basil and parsley in there. I think this is just right. This is just the color we want. There's maybe an argument for adding that 10th can of tomatoes, but I don't think we need it. I think the sauce... Oh, actually, from this angle, you can see the sauce in there. So... we got the camera in a good position as well now. I guess I had it tilted too far the other way. I don't think you could really see it before. Alright, well let's let that simmer. I'm going to start making the carrot cake next, but I need to clean up my work area again. And then after we get the carrot cake underway, then I'm going to start working on the meatballs. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to go ahead and mute my microphone. I'm going to turn up the music. I'm not going to go to my Be Right Back screen or anything. And I'll just be standing right over here, starting some dishes and cleaning up around myself. I might need to grab a little something to eat. I might just grab a bowl of yogurt or something. I only ate a bowl of cereal and an apple today, so we'll see. Thoughts with the Bob emote. Alright, so I'm going to mute and just turn up the music a little bit while I clean up.
Discovery Houston, press to ATO.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight of the orbit of Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
3, 2, 1, 0, 0. Discovery, go and throttle up.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
I'm gonna turn my mic back on briefly here. I was just thinking about how I only totally shut the cabinet door on chat once so far this entire stream. But in the future, if I do cooking streams, I should have a counter on screen saying like Shadow has shut chat in the cabinet like so many times, and then we can count up as I go. There were a few times where I like partially closed the door to like work around it, but I think only once that I accidentally entirely closed the cabinet door. I was just thinking about that. So all right, back to me doing dishes and general cleanup. Budsy, welcome in. What are we having? I am making some pasta. We made homemade noodles earlier. They're out sitting in the other room. Made homemade pasta sauce. And now I'm going to make a carrot cake while this pasta sauce is simmering. And after this pasta sauce has had a couple hours to simmer, then we're going to make some homemade meatballs and we're going to boil those noodles. I probably got another solid 3 hours or so to go here. What was that, Future Rush? Budsy, can you please show us Bankman getting the door shut in his face? We have an emote for it. That's chat in the cupboard. Yeah, occasionally it will happen. The way I have the camera set up is it is actually sitting in the cupboard facing across the kitchen. Yeah, let's stir that up a little bit. I did see bubbling, so it's getting hot. Still see a little bit of the foam. Once that foam dissipates, we will add a splash of the Cabernet. So I need to not drink all of the Cabernet first, so that won't actually be a problem. We still have over half the bottle left. Although that's counting what I just poured into another wine glass. Crack, we're not chugging the wine, we're just sipping it. Check. What kind of a potty is this? Are we making foreigner references now, Crack? We've graduated from Tom Petty, or is that's not a graduation? I'm doing a bad job keeping my microphone off. I keep turning it back on anyway. So I might as well just turn the music back down. I've been told in the past that the sound of running water isn't that bad. That it's just ambient sound in the background, so...
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
Unintentional foreigner. That's alright.
Core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna turn the music down a bit. We still got so much daylight left. We got all the foreigner references coming out now. It is urgent. Look what I started just by suggesting that was an intentional foreigner reference. It's just one guitar. Okay. Alright, my small cutting board is washed. Alright, the other cutting board is washed. We need to close the cupboard door partially so that it can be put on the drying rack. In fact, okay. Oh, I have some soapy water out. Let's wash off the rolling pin. Oop, I see bubbles. Let's give the sauce a stir. This sauce is looking just right. Still see a little bit of foam at the top. Alright, we'll just leave that until I see more bubbles rise to the top again. Clean up the counter here a little bit with this damp paper towel I'm about to throw away anyway. Yeah, we'll set you there. Sun's setting. It is nearly dusk. Okay, So, hold on. I should wash the rolling mat too. Just wipe it off real quick. So one more thing I'm going to do slightly off screen here. I hope people are finding these like general kitchen sounds enjoyable. Use more water. What would Budsy much rather hear? I'd much rather a Moen faucet, personally. Alright, I see a couple bubbles starting to form there, but the sauce isn't quite bubbling up again yet. So much debris has fallen on the floor. Okay. Let's get the carrot cake recipe out here. Okay. Propping up the recipe on the back of the bread rack. It has like clips to hold up the recipe. In the back of the, whatever you call the thing you hold up bread knives in. Yep, it is carrot cake time. Okay. First thing to do First thing to do is to start preheating the oven. And find my pecans. There they are. Alright, we're going to toast these pecans once the oven finishes preheating. Okay, I think it's finally going to be time for the next step with this sauce. There we go, no foam in the sauce now. All the bubbles are smoothing out. So now, what we're gonna do, get the baking soda. Do a splash of Cabernet. Eyeball about a half tablespoon of baking soda. Now I get a little more fizz at the top. Splashed over a little bit. Let's wipe that off. Okay. There's some debris in there. Let's wash these out. At least this top one needed washed. Oh, there, the oven has preheated. Now, there'll be no hurt in washing the other one of these cake pans. wash you too. Okay, now we can be 100% confident that we are using clean cake pans. Stir our sauce some more. Avoiding any head games that come along with dirty pans. It is indeed a smart move. Stir this up. Eventually this foam will go down. Right now, the sauce appears to be very hot-blooded. It's foaming. It is definitely not cold. It is not cold. It's not so hot that I can't touch the side of the pot, but it is not cold. And as it cooks, we will see its foam go down. It's got a fever of 103. Oh no! What did I do? Okay. Do those potatoes do more than blanch? Or do they roast Sophia or Dorothy? Let's give this a good stir. Eventually the foam will go back down. Yeah, I didn't know exactly. Enigma Wave, welcome in. Don't forget to close chat in the cabinet. It's tradition. Yes, like Future Rush says, I didn't forget. I did do it one time. Okay. I see how that works. Yeah. Let me grab a pencil real quick. Where did I set a pencil down at? I should have one over here at least. Oh. Where's my IKEA golf pencil? That's what I should use. I spent the last 2 weekends shopping at IKEA and made some new furniture. I might take a picture of the one and put it in Discord. I'm not going to just walk around with the camera though and potentially accidentally show off anything identifiable. Where did I put the IKEA golf pencil? There it is. I did not get IKEA meatballs. I am still yet to have ever eaten at IKEA. Eating at IKEA is on my list of things to do one day, but I have never actually done it. Let's stir the sauce a little more. There were Vikings, boats, and some plans for a furniture store. Yes. The Scandinavian plan to take over the world. I actually have a very nice way of displaying my my NES and SNES cartridges. Sots recommends a song called IKEA by Jonathan Colton. Oh, that's the song that Enigma Wave is referencing. Okay, I see. Now that I actually peek at chat and see this. I am listening to chat in my earphones. But I actually do not have chat in the room with me. I moved it so it wouldn't get splashed, and I haven't brought it back in the room yet. Okay. I need scissors. Yes. Chat was taken out of the splash zone while I was doing dishes. There's the 1 minute warning on the pecans. Go. Is it pecan or pecan? I've heard it pronounced both ways. I pronounce it pecan. I wouldn't say someone was wrong if they pronounced it pecan, though. I want to know what lunch is. I want you to show me. I don't know, 2 of my brothers made appearances in chat earlier, so if they're still around. Future Rush says pecan. Oh, okay. Oh, they smell good. Oh, whoops. Okay. Now we'll bump the oven up to 350. Let me catch up on chat here. Pecan? Is it pecan or pecan? Yeah, I say you would never pick on someone for how they pronounce it. Pecan, Future Rush says. Yeah, I kind of pronounce it like pecan or pecan. I don't know. Yeah, I wouldn't bat an eye, however someone chooses to pronounce that word. You know, depending on your dialect and what you think sounds good. There it is. The knife rack is backwards now because I have the recipe propped up on it. Okay. Ba-dum-tis.
Let me hold my phone up to your microphone. This is how Google says.
Pecan.
Pecan. But doesn't it have alternate pronunciations?
That's the only one it says.
Okay. If you want to pronounce it different than Google says, I don't care. Knock yourself out. Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah, exactly. People have different pronunciations of words. That is fine. And as long as people know what you're talking about, that is the important thing. Oh no. Is this going to be a test later tonight? We're all gonna have to type in Enigma Wave's chat to see how the robot says it in our voice. Which is at least functional for me, Future Rush, and Crack. Okay, so I need some vegetable oil. That's canola oil. The vegetable oil is back here. That's olive oil. The vegetable oil is behind the olive oil. There we go. Let's put a dab of vegetable oil on each of these. And we'll spread that around a little bit. getting her fingers dirty. But it could use a brush, but yeah, a little bit of cooking oil is good for the spin. Good for the skin. Futurist says that Shadow and I grew up 45 minutes apart, but we say measure differently. Do we? Do you say it measure? And I say it measure? You do. Okay, you say it measure. Zelda Vanya says it like Mayshore. 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 Crack says Ohio born says it measure. And Future Rush grew up closer to the Ohio border than me. It's a localized expression used only by me. I don't know, what is Enigma Wave linking us to? See, I grew up closer to the area of Pennsylvania known as Pennsyltucky. And Future Rush grew up within about 20 miles of the Ohio border. Crack grew up in newscaster territory. Atonal newscaster accent territory. So he pronounces things with the least amount of flair. So it says Pennsyltucky is an essential skill for drag queens. This sauce turned out, wow. I don't know how well is the sauce seen on screen now. I think we should do another close-up of the sauce. I still don't think this is its final form yet. But I'm going to turn down the burner to low. Still needs maybe another hour or two. Stir it up real good every few minutes, but this is what we were looking for it to look like. I'm going to move you over here. I'm going to set these pans aside over here. We need the brown sugar, granulated sugar, oil, eggs, applesauce, and vanilla. So that was 5 things. We're going to get this big glass bowl. how much brown sugar do you want? 1.5 cups. Let's get a 1/2 cup measuring cup out here. I shouldn't have bothered putting away the scissors. It's alright, we'll grab the other scissors. Ooh, before I forget, I need to set out the butter a measuring cup. Am I saying it weird? Set the measuring cup down there. I never knew that I said that word weird. But apparently I do. Apparently the rest of the world says measure. Or at least the significant portion of the rest of the world that is currently in my chat. A treasure chest with a measuring cup inside. Sounds right to me. Okay. Before I forget, I need to soften cream cheese and butter. I should have set these out hours ago. We might need to put them in the microwave on soften. That is correct. Treasure is the correct pronunciation of treasure, and measure is the correct pronunciation of measure. For me, anyway. In Scooby-Doo, Fred says treasure. See? So there's some sort of like dialect split. Where at one point, wherever I'm from, the people decided that that measure would be pronounced measure and treasure would be pronounced treasure. Is butter called for here? I don't see it. So I just need a 1/2 cup of butter. I need to soften that. Here's a 1/4 cup. Let's see what's already there. And here's another 1/4 cup. And what does Boston Lee say? Mezza. It's a mezza in Boston. I don't know if I said that Boston enough, but okay. So we got the brown sugar. I started softening the cream cheese and butter before I forget. Granulated sugar. A half cup of granulated sugar. Well, we can just get that right here. The oven timer is going off, but that was just for the pecans to cool. I can't remember if I said pecans right or not. Okay, timer's off. But we do want to set aside 1 cup of pecans. Zeldavania is explaining how Fred is the weird one. So Fred's pronunciation of treasure does not count. It is not determinative of anything being okay or acceptable. Okay. We got our cup of pecans to set aside. Hold on. That's better. Yes, B-boy, you are in the cabinet. The map says this way to treasure. I am really Old Man Jenkins. Is that, what's that show called? The Kid with the Hair. Or the kid with the football head. Hey Arnold. Is that what Old Man Jenkins is from? Alright, let's give the sauce a good stir. Oh, it's in Scooby when they pull off the mask. Old Man Jenkins was a Scooby character. Who am I thinking of from Hey Arnold then? Who knows? Okay, so 1 cup of oil. Now, 4 eggs. I'm very neurotic about the symmetry of the eggs. They don't have to come out in any particular order, but if possible, they must remain symmetrical. Yeah, B-boy, it's a balanced diet. I don't know if I could balance the egg on its pointed end. It's just like if you take all the eggs out of the carton starting on one side, then the other side is heavier. And like when you go to put them back in the fridge, it's like awkward. So I just like to do it that way. And 3/4 cup applesauce. Can we let Crack the Whip lick the bowl? I don't know if that's Serve Safe certified. But if we can get approval from the powers that be and he can get here in time, then we can consider that. Okay, so 2 of these perfectly work out to 3/4 of a cup. I wish I could remember that. That would be easier if I could remember that like 2 of these little containers that the applesauce comes in works out to 2/3 of a cup. Or 3/4 of a cup. To the trash and recycling bin with these. I see more bubbles in the sauce, so let's give it a stir. All right, let's get out a whisk. No, the whisk is stuck. Let's move you over here. Okay. Now we gotta put the flour, baking powder, baking soda, salt, cinnamon, ginger, nutmeg, and cloves in the other bowl. In fact, let's just put the canola oil. Well, I can just set it over here. These can go back in the pantry. Okay, I think it's 2.5 cups of flour. Ooh. Where's the vanilla? There it is. The wet ingredients were also supposed to get a teaspoon of vanilla. Okay, that missing step is rectified. Whisk it up again with the vanilla in there. Okay. Now, 1.5 cups of flour. Set you down there. The measuring cup I used way back this morning. I need a spoon, and where is my... There it is. One. Two. Well, we don't really need to count these. We just need to fill it up. Move you over a smidge. And now I need a half cup. Okay, 2.5 cups of flour. Now wait. No. Flour, baking powder. Just 2 teaspoons. One, 2. And how much baking soda? 1 teaspoon baking soda. Salt. It's a half teaspoon. Cinnamon. Cinnamon is more than you would expect. It's like 1.5 teaspoons. Yeah, 1.5 teaspoons of cinnamon. Which, for how strong cinnamon is, that's actually like a lot. Alright, but here we go. We got a half tablespoon here. You know, the half tablespoon doesn't fit in this can, so let's just use the half teaspoon again 3 times. ginger. How much ginger does it call for? 1 teaspoon. Nutmeg, which I have here. My biannual use of what? A 1/4 teaspoon of nutmeg? Yep, a 1/4 teaspoon of nutmeg. At this rate, if I just use the nutmeg for this recipe every Christmas and Easter, $30 to $50 years from now, somebody in my family tree will be inheriting this jar of nutmeg. I tried to put some nutmeg in like coffee, but I'm just not the fancy coffee kind of person. I just drink coffee black, so. And a 1/4 teaspoon of cloves. The jar of cloves is much smaller. We might get through it one day. Okay, so we're gonna whisk these together as well. Let's give these another stir. Whoop. This whisk is stuck in a set of tongs. So it wants us to get these combined. You know, I wish I would have done this in the glass bowl. Set everything over there. Because it wants me to pour the wet ingredients into the dry ingredients. So I wish I used the bowls the other way around. Because that way, like, everyone would be able to see into the bowl that everything is eventually going into, but oh well, now it's too late. Flour away. I think we're done with the flour for the day. Put all these over here. Oh, you need stirred. I think the sauce now can be called its final form. So I think we should do one more close-up of the sauce. We now just have the burner on low. Just keeping it on warm. Okay. So now I need to grab another spatula. Let's give this one more good whisk here. Tap out the spatula. Another little pile of dishes to do in a little bit. Okay. So now these go together. This smells really good. This is what it looks like so far. The carrot cake batter. Now, the carrots that we set aside earlier. And that cup of pecans that we set aside. Oh, pecan down. All right, and we now have the carrot cake batter. So now we have our 2 cake pans here.
Discovery Houston, press to ATO.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight of the orbit Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
Okay. This one appears to have gotten more than the other.
Discovery, go and throttle up. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Even these out a bit. That looks even. So we're gonna have our 2-layer carrot cake. Jeez. Can I successfully set the oven timer? Okay. Let's get the blender out of here for now. Bring back the stand mixer. Okay, we need to beat the cream cheese and butter together. Problem is, I remembered way too late to soften these. So they are not yet room temperature. 16 ounces of cream cheese, yeah. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get another bowl out. Oh, come on, brick. Okay. Now we'll put this bowl in here. Oh. Soften. Start timer. I'm gonna wash my hands. Okay, and it's a half cup of butter, right? Yeah, half cup of butter. You're not soft enough yet. Should actually just run the dishwasher soon. Because it's almost full. And there's a lot of stuff that can go in there, and I think it will be overfilled if I wait until after I'm done to run it. So Yeah, it's soft. And now the butter. Butter likes to bubble up in the microwave. Let's make sure it doesn't like explode on me. Ah, there, I hear it crackling. Let's peek at it here. Okay, stop. Let's get a small spatula. Set that over there. Okay. Where is the whisk attachment? There it is. Okay, whisk the butter and cream cheese together until smooth. One's about 2 minutes. Okay. It does already look smooth. Woo! That's no problem, except I'll wash it before putting it back on. Okay. Whoop, stay. Okay, 4 cups confectioner's sugar. which I believe should be half of this bag. One more measuring cup to dirty. Where'd I put the skizzers? That is not how I actually pronounce scissors. Oh, right here. Yeah. Yeah, it's fine if the butter gets, like, clarified. Oh, come on. Turn. I should take the bowl out. That will make this easier. Well, the cream cheese I'm using now expires in like 2 weeks. There's one more 16-ounce package of cream cheese. Yeah. So I'm using one of them, but there is another one in there. Okay. I think that expired last month and I set it aside. It's not cream cheese, it's just 1/3 less fat cream cheese. Let me look at what the other one is then. Maybe that was it. No, this one's original. The one I just used was original. Maybe that's already been used or is gone because I do not see it in there. Neuchâtel is what it is. I don't know. I think I remember it being in there, but I don't see it in there now. And a pinch of salt. Let me look at it again. Oh, okay, okay, that is what it says. Neuchâtel cheese. Yeah. It expired in January. I set it aside until we're ready to take out trash for it to be thrown away. Let's go on a lower speed until it blends together a little bit. Oh, you bought it accidentally. Well, if you want to like make a cheesecake next weekend or something, there's another brick of original cream cheese in there. Its expiration date is something like May 8th, if I remember right. Where is it at? May 24th. So we have a month to use it. Alright, let's get all this sugar off the sides. You believe you need 2 boxes, so we would need to get a second one for that recipe. But we do have one. Alright, let's whip this up now. Okay. Now I need to set up a couple wire racks. I should turn the light on out here. Started with an extra can of tomatoes, ended with an extra can of tomatoes. Plug my Twitch monitoring device back in. Okay, clock is down to 8. That's 3 minutes. Okay, who wants to lick the beater? Now I need to remember to make cinnamon rolls this time to use up this leftover icing. Oh geez. Need to get my containers out of here. Yeah, we'll use this container. For the frosting. I should taste test it. Now I gotta wash my hands, but I can confirm the frosting came out good. Go. Okay, 4 minutes before it's time to check on the cakes. Okay. So here is our frosting. And set it out here. I'm gonna bring the basil in here. We'll set it out there. Okay, wire racks. Okay, set the wire racks up in the other room. I'm going to get a trivet out. Let's get out toothpicks. Our 1 minute warning. I'm gonna need to do dishes again now. Except a lot of this stuff I'm just gonna put in the dishwasher this time, and then I'm gonna run the dishwasher. As much as will fit in the dishwasher is just gonna go in. Let me think. Let's get a little prep bowl out. For the rest of the pecans. Oh, there's the oven timer. Okay. Doesn't look done. Okay. I'm not even going to bother sticking a toothpick in it. It just didn't look done. It was jiggling too much. Could tell already the toothpick wouldn't come out clean. All right, so let's check it again after 3 more minutes. Future Rush thinks it smells good, which is good. Oh, I'm bringing the blender back in. I think we will be done with the stand mixer. I used to use the stand mixer for meatballs, but I do not anymore. I just mix them by hand these days. Let's see. This cutting board is dry. That's dry. Rolling pin is dry. The mixer thing is not dry, but, you know, you can have a little bit of water in it. I should not put the lid on, though, since it's not dry all the way. The spatula is dry. Oh! Did I fail to set the timer properly? Because I don't see the timer on. Alright, let's check on these again. I do not see them jiggling like I did before, so there's a chance. Toothpick came out clean. We got that one on a wire rack. These still seem to be jiggling a little bit, but let's put the toothpick in. For some reason, the one that was on the right did not want to finish as quickly. I'm just going to give it another minute because I don't want them to be overdone. But I feel like that one needs a little bit more time. Cabinet was partially shut. Okay. We'll leave the oven preheated for the meatballs. There we go, that's better. Here's what the cake looks like. Okay, but once again, I gotta clean up a little bit before I can do anything else. Okay. So, alright, real quick, we gotta take care of this stuff over here. Anything that makes sense to go in the dishwasher is going in the dishwasher. Oh no, you need hand wash because we need to use you again. Anything that I need to use again, I can't put in the dishwasher. Well, I guess I could, but that might hold me up later if the dishwasher isn't done running. Oh, there we go. I fumbled a measuring cup. You can go in the dishwasher. That mug can go in the dishwasher. Okay. Alright, the dishwasher is now running. stuff to hand wash. Alright, let's wash my hands again here. Whew. The fettuccine roller squeaking. I'm wiping it off and I'm just trying to rotate it to let anything fall out of it that might be stuck in there. Let's see, I can put my vegetable oil away. I can actually put the carrot cake recipe away. The last couple steps are self-explanatory. I won't need to refer to the recipe. But also, it'll be a little while before we circle back around to that. Put my knives away again. Okay. I'm gonna move this pot to a back burner. So I want to hold it warm, but I don't want it to overcook. The rest of my pecans should come out here with the frosting. Okay. Now I have dishes to wash. More dishes. If I don't wash more dishes, then I won't have room and I won't have a mixing bowl to make my meatballs in. Okay. Okay, one more of the large mixing bowls here. Ooh, okay. Oh, how long have I had chat shut in the cabinet, in the cupboard? How long ago did I do that? That's at least twice. Not long, okay. 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 It is time. It is time to make the meatballs. Let's get the eggs back out. We're gonna need 2 eggs. Whew. The eggs go in first, because that'll help get everything else blended. So wash my hands again after touching the raw eggs. The carrots kind of need to go in last, or at least among the last things. You need a nice liquefied base for the carrots to go into. Futurist wants to know what she can eat without getting in the way. That is an excellent question, and I think the answer is for you to eat whatever you want, and I will get out of your way while you get stuff ready. Let's put the basil in. Okay. Let's work around the carrots. If you want, we can move those pans. I can bring these pans over here so you can use that counter space.
I'm okay.
Okay. Future Rush says she is okay. Bobby, welcome in. Bobby says, hey, Future. Future Rush waved. Lots of basil. Lots of parsley. And Future Rush says, hi, Bobby. Yeah, Bobby has done some really excellent cooking streams and YouTube videos. Check out Compromised Culinary on YouTube. They did their legendary eggnog video back in the day. It is a long and productive session, but we are getting stuff done. The camera is frozen. I'll fix it. Uh-oh. My phone died. We'll have it back in a couple minutes. I forgot one of the times that I unplugged it to show the sauce over the oven. I must have forgot to plug it back in. Fettuccine, Bobby. Yeah, we have homemade fettuccine noodles. They're sitting out in the dining room. They were the first thing that got made. At least the first thing that got made on stream. Well, you know, I guess there really wasn't any prep work put into anything else off stream. %85 lean ground round beef. And it will be all beef, no beef, pork, chicken blend or anything. Okay, my phone is rebooting. Yeah, like Muta. Today, Bobby learned it's pronounced Muta. Yes, or as Enigma Waves bots pronounce it, Mudashado. Mudashado. Or Mduda. Mduda Shadow.
Microwave.
Okay.
This says light. How do I change it to high?
It's just saying the light is on down there.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I never noticed that before. I'll have to heat this up again.
Okay. I am rebooting the camera shortly. Well, we're gonna get a different view at first. This is a bit showing how the sausage gets made. We go over here. And your head always said something like MWD shadow. Yeah, kinda. That is a bit of a story why it switched. It wasn't that MDA was taken, it's that I kind of always wanted it to be pronounced Muta. And I was pronouncing it that way. It was originally... Yes, it was originally capital A, lowercase w, capital D, capital A. But both Future Rush and Sots spelled it just capital M, W, D, A. Let's see, it's not loading up. And I liked it, and I switched it. And people have been better able to understand how it's pronounced ever since I switched it. Is the camera still running? Yeah, I never wanted people to spell out MWDA, but that's what people would do. And I felt so bad for people trying to pronounce my name and they would say it like that. I'm like, oh my goodness, I'm causing such a mouthful for them. For all of the people of the world. Okay, why won't the camera come back on? And come over here. Stop. Refresh.
It wants me to be done with the kitchen.
Oh. Oh, Bobby Ginto, thank you for contributing to all of the challenges.
Let me bring up 4 so I can taste test it to see how much longer it needs.
It is, I am going to do a tier list stream where I rank each of those artists' songs and albums. So those are 3 artists that I know very well. So I figured I would start with them. It's the first ever of its kind, according to Future Rush. I can't, though, figure out why the camera won't come back on. Oh boy. I wonder... if the address changed. Future Rush is giving my camera permission to work again because she is done in the kitchen. Except this really just gives me an opportunity to fix it. I have a feeling the IP webcam's server address changed, so I need to double check it. Yep. So when it rebooted, the server address changed. Okay. Thank you for the lurk, Bobby. Alright, I need to double check this, see where there's a difference. Oop. I think that was where I made a mistake. There we go. And now I have to flip the camera. One more location I need to do this. Okay. Okay. And now if I press this button, we should see me. That's me. Okay. And now I am going to put the phone back in the cupboard and get back to work. And not forget to plug the phone in. Here we go. I'm going to tilt it down a little bit more. Back to it. Alright, so we got all the basil and parsley in there. Get the rest of the green pepper, celery and onion. The garlic. Like I was saying, the carrots go in last. Dash of salt, a little more than that. Don't use enough salt, it's a disaster. If you don't use any salt, it's terrible. If you don't use it, I should say, if you don't use any salt, it's a disaster. If you don't use enough salt, it's not good. Alright. Now the carrots. And here we go. Here is the veggie blend getting mixed into our meatballs. And yeah, most of the color is coming from the basil and parsley. Yeah, let's make some room over here. Get you out of the way. Mixer is actually going to go back in the pantry. All right. This mixing bowl back out. Spray those pans. I have 2 packages of ground beef. I asked for 3 1/3 pounds. And I guess the guy at the butcher misheard me and thought I said 1 1/3 pounds or something. So I then had to ask for 2 more. But we got what we need. All right, get our breadcrumbs. If you forget the breadcrumbs, you're basically making hamburger balls. We want at least 1 cup of breadcrumbs. So I'm just kind of... There we go. That should be good. You can use too much breadcrumbs, but you probably won't. All right. Get a spatula. And I'll show what we got going on here. We got all of that green veggie mix on the side, and we got the meat on the other side, and the breadcrumbs are in there. You can see a little bit of the breadcrumbs in between. Now, I'm just gonna get our hands dirty. Basically just knead it like it's dough. And I'm not going to touch anything else until we're done here rolling these into balls. I do wish that I set up an overhead cam of some sort. Yeah, but here we go. Here's what one of these looks like. I'm gonna try and get about 30 out of here. We'll have them 3 by 5 in these pans. If anything, I tend to make them too big. This one here might be a little too big. If I need a little more later, that will be one of the ones I steal from to make another one bigger. Alright, that's 20. Not 20, that's 15. How did I count an extra 5? That's another big one. I might need to take a pinch off of some of these. I do like to make them kind of big, but some of these are too big. Alright, we got one pan of 15 here. The other pan currently has 8. And 9. Who almost won this week? Oh. The 35 tournament. Okay. Yeah. Oh, that's so close. So it was HTH almost won. Yeah, it is tough to win when you're hosting. Okay. So this pan ends up with only 14, and this one ends up with only 13. So I got 27 total. Enigma Wave is sciencing out how robots pronounce words. I am curious about these results. Alright. So I will need to as well. Both set at measure. So I'll need to go in there and see how it says it for me. All right, let's set this water in the oven to boil. Here's one tray of meatballs. That one in the top rack. That one in the bottom rack. Okay, and I have more dishes to do now. I should set the oven timer first. Set it for 25 minutes and we'll check. Actually, no, I'm going to take that back. Let's set it for 15 minutes, and I'm going to rotate everything after 15 minutes. Rotate the pan 180, move the top rack to the bottom, bottom to the top. Set that up there. Future Rush is going to play a little Kid Icarus. Good luck, Future Rush. This produce bag that I had the parsley in, that's going to need to go in the laundry. We'll need to wash it. One of my cakes kind of caved in the center. I've never had that happen before. I think what I'll have to do is it'll just have to be the bottom layer. And no one will notice. Okay, get my bowl washed here. Okay, I see the water coming to a boil. Okay, I see it bubbling up some more. I was actually kind of hoping I could finish these dishes before it finished boiling. But I might need to go grab the noodles real quick. Okay, one more piece to go here. over at the sink. Whoop, I splashed. Keep an eye on that water though, I don't want it to boil over. Okay, I think we can call that boiling now. Actually, is the water... Let's tilt it that way a bit. Let's turn that fire down a smidge. Dash of salt in there. Drizzle of oil. Stir that up a little bit. How much time is left on there? 5 minutes. I'm estimating this will take about 9 to 11 minutes. Okay. It's getting stuck to the fork here. Please don't. There we go. Alright, turn that fire back down so it doesn't boil over. Get ready to rotate my meatballs here in 3 minutes. Oop, you're boiling over. Turn the fire down a bit. One thing we ought to do though, let's get out our ladle. Put a few ladlefuls of this starchy water into the sauce. All right. Get the other oven mitt. timer, set the timer another 10 minutes. And give the noodles at least another 6 minutes of this 10-minute timer. Maybe up to 7 or 8. We'll just check them. You should turn the camera down a little bit. Okay. Finish that glass of wine. I think I should have no more, but where did I put the cork? Ah, there it is. Save a glass and a half for when I get back from my parents tomorrow. Did drink most of it. Okay. Let's check on these cakes. They're not entirely cooled yet. Ooh. Everything's cracking. Oh. Oh, I forgot that I muted. The transmitter is on it's on the back of my belt. Okay. This is close. I'm gonna give it another 2 minutes. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe that's done. I get the colander out. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna wait until the timer gets down. Oh! And been doing so good. I think that's 3 times now that I have shut chat in the cupboard. And I hear Future Rush reacting over on her stream as well. Yeah, so next time I'm gonna put a counter on the overlay somewhere. Future Rush saw it. She is also streaming from another room. Okay, there it is. Whoop, whoop. Nope, knock that off there. Ah, the video's been choppy. Thanks for letting me know. That's disappointing. Okay. Let's turn the fire off on the sauce. In fact, let's put a trivet back down over here. Meatballs don't quite look done yet, so I'm gonna set that timer for another 3 minutes. Put a ladle full of sauce at the bottom. Get our cooked fettuccine. Okay. Okay. Meatballs are going to get 2 more minutes. There we go. Someone has redeemed Friday over on Future Rush's stream. And get another container out for the meatballs to go into. Let's get my oven mitt. Well, I should get oven mitts. I always try to do things with one oven mitt and then I terrify myself while I'm getting stuff out of the oven. There we go. And the other tray. In fact, actually, let's put this back on the stove here. That's a burner that has been turned off, but it's still hot. Get a few ladles of the sauce at the bottom of this here. Let's get out some tongs. Okay, and all of the meatballs have been transferred in here. There's a lot splashed on that side. Yeah, I can touch these. Let's move those there. Okay, that's pretty much full. Let's wipe some of that excess off the side there. Okay, set that on there. Slide you over here for a sec. Okay. Let's get rid of this wood spoon. It's starting to get in the way. Put it in the sink over there. Ooh. Splashing myself. These two will be for the freezer. Ooh, tornadoes! Good luck too. I hope that they don't do any damage to your area. Thank you for dropping by though. That. Uncle Stinky, welcome in. Okay. Yeah, Future Rush is streaming herself right now. Okay. Okay. And now we'll show over here what we got. We got the noodles. This is the sauce with the meatballs in it. I guess the meatballs are kind of buried. But there they are. There is the end of the sauce. Okay, so now all this stuff has to cool. Alright, the oven is still saying it's hot. Okay, So I'm gonna have to set all this stuff out here to cool. But let me see if I can adjust any settings here that will... Does it remember the resolution that I set it to? Nope, it switched back to 1080. I had it on 720p earlier. Maybe that's why it got choppy. Okay, hopefully that fixes it. Okay, the pasta stuff is gonna gradually move its way out to the next room. We're gonna finish this cake. Okay.
I need paper to draw a map.
Yeah, I can give you graph paper. Okay, we have hooked Future Rush up with some graph paper. Let's come back here with the pecans and frosting. Whoop. And we have the cake. Sadly, the cake has caved in on me a little bit. Welcome back in Boomsticks. The work is not yet done. We have finished all of the pasta. But we still have the cake to go. Yeah. You know what though? It'll be alright. Because these cakes are getting leveled anyway. I have not eaten yet. The pasta is for tonight. The cake is for tomorrow. Okay, let's do this. Nope, it's not coming out. Okay. We'll use a spatula. There we go. Now we need the cake carrier. This is Future Rush's cake carrier, but we'll be using it for this operation. Okay, this is the one that caved in a bit. So I decided it would just be the lower level. The other one caved in, but not nearly as much. So we have this. Leveler. Actually, maybe I should still have it on the cutting board. I'm gonna put some gloves on. My fingers are getting sticky. There we go. Transfer it back to the cutting board. Alright, get our spatula back. Okay. Okay, now we have that part of the cake nice and leveled. I'm gonna get another container out here. Because these cake scraps will not be allowed to go to waste. After leveling the cake, like, almost half of it ends up being scrapped. And they are perfectly good as a snack. Where is my icing spreader thing? Did I put it away earlier? Crack says, hell yeah, to cake scraps. As do I. Where? Oh, there it is. Whoop. Alright, now let's generously spread this frosting on the middle layer. Okay. Set that there. Let's go around the rim and separate it a little bit. Okay, it's not coming out. There we go. And I still have the parchment paper stuck there. There we go. Uh-oh. That's fine. Put these in the scrap pile. And we have a top layer now. Put the rest of my scraps in that container. If you can believe it, I feel like I put too much frosting on the one I made for Christmas. Okay. Slather some around the side. Okay. It won't hurt if we have some extra icing hanging around the side. Right as I was saying, I used too much last time. Here I go again. Here we go. Just push that little bit in. Okay. All right. I covered the sides with pecans a little unevenly. But here we go. This is it. This is the cake. I'll be taking that to my parents for Easter tomorrow. That was not my best pecan design job. Yeah, it's fine. The final step is to get this thing in the fridge. And it will have to make a journey tomorrow. Thank you everyone that hung out today. Thank you for all the redeems and everything. See ya, Sots. Let me see here. I will go ahead and raid Future Rush playing Kid Icarus. Oh my goodness, it got to be after midnight. I did not realize that would happen. But thank you everyone for hanging out. I'm gonna do shout outs in case the raid doesn't go through for Future Rush. Happy Easter, Crack the Whip. Happy Easter to everyone who celebrates. And I'm also going to do a shout out. Hey, Uncle Stinky, thank you for the follow. Here we go. I'm also going to do a shout out for Enigma Wave, which is who I would have rated. I have a lot of cleaning to do. So I'm going to clean as much as I can in the next hour or so, and then I got to go to bed. All right, have a good night, everybody. We'll see everyone around.